this case. Testing. Sound quality. Testing the sound. Welcome. It's working? Okay. Bună dimineața! Vă rog să vă luați locurile în sală. Dacă se poate, vom începe programul în 3 minute.
Bună dimineața! Test. Bună dimineața și bine ați venit la Romanian Summit 2024. Noi, ca și gazde, suntem extrem de bucuroși să fiți aici și dorim să vă simțiți bineveniți, dorim să decurgă lucrurile așa cum se poate cât mai bine și dorim să avem un timp în care comunitatea să fie întărită și noi să ne cunoaștem mai bine. Pentru început aș vrea să-l invit pe fratele păstor Daniel Chiu pentru introducere și o rugăciune.
Bună dimineața! Ne leagă două lucruri. Limba și credința. Limba română și credința creștină. Credința despre care citim că a fost dată credincioșilor odată pentru totdeauna. Dată unde? În Scripturi. De aceea orice bun creștin citește Scriptura. Vrem să ne păstrăm limba. Vrem să ne păstrăm și credința. Care sunt tezele credinței creștine? Le cunoaștem? 1. Dumnezeul grandios care a creat cerul și pământul, ne-a creat și pe noi, este capabil să fericească ființa umană pentru totdeauna. Dar are o problemă cu noi și noi avem o problemă cu El. Știți care? Suntem păcătoși. Și păcatul în ochiul lui Dumnezeu nu e o bagatelă. Dumnezeu e sfânt și a spus că El în dreptatea Lui și în sfințenia Lui va pedepsi păcatul. Cea mai mare dilema a teologiei este cum poate acest Dumnezeu sfânt, drept, să manifeste milă față de păcătos și să-l ierte dacă El a spus că trebuie să pedepsească păcatul. Psalmistul spune, Dumnezeu este drept în toate căile Lui, milostiv în toate faptele Lui. Cum împacă Dumnezeu dreptatea cu mila? Nici o religie de pe pământ n-are soluție la această problemă teologică. Singură credința creștină pe care strămoșii noștri au adoptat-o cu 2000 de ani în urmă are soluție pentru această dilemă. Scriptura. Dumnezeu nu iartă păcatele și n-a iertat păcatele niciunui om. Dumnezeu l-a trimis pe Fiul Său, l-a încărcat cu păcatele noastre și a pedepsit păcatele noastre în Fiul Său și și-a dovedit dreptatea. Și acum acest Dumnezeu care și-a dovedit dreptatea și sfințenia pedepsând păcatele noastre în Fiul, ne oferă în dar iertarea, e milostiv. Dreptatea în toate căile Lui, milă în toate faptele Lui. Cui acordă Dumnezeu milă? Nu tuturor oamenilor. Doar celor care recunosc că Dumnezeu și-a trimis Fiul să moară pentru noi și într-un act de capitulare, cel credincios spune, Doamne, vreau să fii mântuitorul meu. Romani 6:23 spune, plata păcatului, ceea ce merităm este moartea, separarea, damnarea. Dar darul fără plata lui Dumnezeu este viața veșnică în Iisus Hristos. În final, fiecare om va primi fie plata, dacă vrea ce merită, sau darul nemeritat. Iisus Hristos, viața veșnică. Și noi ne bucurăm că strămoșii noștri cu 2000 de ani în urmă au adoptat Scriptura și credința asta biblică. Și vrem să o menținem, ca și români, așa cum vrem să menținem limba. Mă bucur că sunteți cu noi și acum, dacă vreți, ne ridicăm în picioare ca să avem un moment de rugăciune. Tată Ceresc, îți mulțumim că putem să fim aici împreună la acest eveniment important al comunității noastre și te rugăm să ne binecuvântezi pe toți, să fim buni patrioți, să ne iubim neamul, să promovăm interesele neamului nostru. Binecuvântează pe toți cei care sunt în dregătorii în comunitatea noastră. Ajută-ne pe toți și cu ocazia aceasta să ne apropiem sufletele nu doar unii de alții, ci și de Tine. Și binecuvântează această activitate să fie făcută într-un mod care să te cinstească pe Tine. În numele Domnului Iisus ne-am rugat și îți mulțumim. Amin.
Mulțumim pentru rugăciune. Ladies and gentlemen, we will use a mix of Romanian and English today. We have guests that don't speak Romanian, and we have panelists that don't speak Romanian, so you will hear us use Rom-English. So I am very excited to see you all, distinguished guests, valued members of the Romanian American community. Welcome to the second annual Romanian American Summit here in Chicago. Today hosted at this beautiful location of the Logos Academy. I am Diana Dram, your summit host and program co-chair, and I've lived in the Chicago area for more than 25 years. I went to school here, and I've been working for large corporations ever since. It's my pleasure, I'm super excited today to see so many dedicated and passionate members of the communities gathered together, individuals and strong pillars of our community, united by our common roots as well as common aspiration. It's a very fulfilling feeling. Today, we come together not just as a community, but rather a diverse family. We are bound by our common roots and dreams of growing stronger, more united. So this summit is more than just an event. It's actually a celebration of our journey, a celebration of where we've come from, where we're going, and our accomplishments and a bright future that we can be building together. We have a very exciting agenda lined up for you today, filled with inspiring talks, insightful discussions, and opportunities for engagement. We hope that you all will connect with each other, will take opportunities to engage and make new friends, make new connections, so that you can carry this later through the date as well as after the summit. To start our day, we have the privilege to introduce later today Mr. Robert Dumitrescu, Deputy Consul General at Chicago for Romania. He's going to share with us his thoughts about the importance of this event and how important it is to maintain the momentum going forward. We will also introduce Mr. Fabrice Bonvoisin, who is the president of the International Trade Club of Chicago, who will share invaluable insights with us about the opportunity that we have as Romanians and Romanian Americans to engage with other communities in Chicago. Following the keynote, we will drive into our community panel. This panel will be moderated by Mr. Steven Bonica. And this panel is a platform of dialogue and collaboration. And it's going to highlight the importance that we all have to be more united, to have common goals, and to support finding common solutions to problems that will help us advance our common future together. Next, we will have a representative of the rugby team. And Mr. Donald Walsh will join us, and he will talk about the upcoming game. And yes, there will be a raffle. You all have received a ticket, so you may be a lucky winner going to a rugby game soon. Then we will go into a networking break, and after that, we will turn our focus on the education panel. Education is a cornerstone of our growth together. So our education panel will be moderated by Mr. Larry Merck, my esteemed co-chair. And it will feature experts and educators who will delve into exploring challenges and opportunities that are fostering educational excellence and healthy mindset in our dual culture community. Following the educational panel, I will have the distinct honor to welcome a very, very special guest who is very supportive of our community in Chicago, His Excellency, the Romanian Ambassador to the United States, Andrei Moraru. After all of these thought-provoking sessions and invaluable speeches, we will have a networking lunch. So this is your opportunity to engage with everyone else and to exchange ideas and build connections that maybe are new and they will last beyond today. And so enjoy that moment to relax and meet new friends and potential new collaborators. Post-lunch, we will convene for our interest topic roundtables. We have a series of 4, each 45 minutes roundtables, and they will run concurrently. This means that you all individually essentially self-select yourself into one of those roundtables. Depending on your interest, and in one of those cases, depending on your age. So roundtable 1 is the one that Mihaela Hene will facilitate. And that one is focused on improving communication in our community. And then roundtable 2 is dedicated to our younger community, our volunteers. We have a mighty team of 13 youth volunteers with us today. And they will also participate in a roundtable dedicated to them. And they will also participate in a workshop that Adriana Trandafirescu will lead for them. That's super exciting. Thank you for agreeing to do that, Adriana. Roundtable 3 is the techiest one. That will be dedicated to learning more how we can all use AI for businesses regardless of small or big, to actually improve operations, process flows, as well as cutting cost. So if you're interested in that, make sure you join Doreen Aku in that roundtable discussion. And finally, we have a 4th roundtable, which will be facilitated by Adriana Raicu and Irina Iric. And that invites young leaders in our community to discuss how to plan and execute bigger, bolder, more meaningful and relevant events in our community so that, it fosters that culture and solves problems as needed. So one thing to note is that outside of the first roundtable, all the other 3 will happen outside of this room. So make sure you know the location for where your roundtable of choice is. And make sure you also manage your time accordingly so that you come back in the room for the main session, which will then be a special moment where Angie Matei will go through the community awards. We will recognize a strong supporter, a strong ally of the community here in Chicago and Romanian community in general. And then Angie will also go through how we're setting out the process of community awards going forward. So with that, we will then move into the business panel, which will be moderated by your Diana Drum, which I will be joined at that time by experts, esteemed speakers, and experts in real estate financing, investment, and political representation ecosystem in real estate. It's a session that promises to be both informative and inspiring, very relevant, because a lot of our community members are actually active in the real estate arena. So to keep our momentum going after the last panel, we will have a motivational speaker join us. We're very lucky Adriana Preda, presidential scholar, is coming to our summit to share a few of her insights and perspectives. And her words will serve as a catalyst for us to empower us to pursue our goals with more vigor and determination. As we approach the end of the day, after that motivational story, we'll have Larry Morg and Dragos Iliescu come in and capture the learnings of the day. They will engage with you on a conversation of what you all are taking from all of this relevant content, the insights you had, the ideas, and how we can move forward planning together next steps. And finally, I will be back in the room to close the day with a message that encapsulates the essence of the summit. We will then look forward to moving post-summit with a call to action to be more united as we carry this through after today. One thing I wanted, since we're, before I close, since we are entering, or some would say that we are already in the age of AI, I had this idea, which was to ask ChatGPT to write me a poem about our summit today. So I don't know if you'll like it or not, but I'm going to read it, and you tell me how good ChatGPT is. It is a bit scary. So this is what ChatGPT gave me as the poem to kick off our summit today. Welcome, friends, to our grand array, where hearts and hopes unite today. Romanian roots and American dreams, together weave our boundless themes. From Carpathian peaks to Chicago's lights, we gather here to reach new heights. In education, business, social flows, our unity and strength will grow. Leaders, pillars, voices clear, in this summit we draw near, sharing wisdom, forging ties. With passion, we shall rise. With every story, every face, we celebrate our shared embrace. Courage, vision, guiding light. Together, we'll ignite the night. For in our hearts, the future gleams, woven from our shared dreams. Let's build a path, hand in hand, creating legacies that stand. So here's to us, both near and far. Our journey shines like a star. Let's lift our spirits, voices sing. Together we can do anything. Welcome to this vibrant space where hope and action interlace. May this summit light the ways to brighter, bolder, better days. That's not too bad. Okay, thank you for that. So thank you again for being here, for your commitment to our community, and for the role that each of you plays in that community and making our Romanian-American presence here in Chicago vibrant, dynamic, and thriving entity. So together we can achieve great things. So welcome again, and let's get started. With that, I will introduce the first keynote speaker, Mr. Robert Dumitrescu, who is the Deputy Consul General at Chicago for Romania. So if you want to join me here to share a few of your perspective and insights, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First, I would say that definitely I'm not a poet. I'm rather a bureaucrat. Nevertheless, I would like to share first at a human level that this is absolutely impressive. I heard, I think, two key words here, roots and dreams. And I would like first to express my personal appreciations for those of you who made this possible, the second edition of the Romanian Community Summit. The caveat of my remarks is that these are introductory remarks. The keynote speaker actually will be the His Excellency, the Romanian Ambassador, Mr. Muraru, who will join us during this afternoon. And again, I see a lot of you here today participating at this second edition that it's basically the third key word I think that we are searching for here is momentum. With that, let me share with you my former remarks. I would like to start by emphasizing the deep satisfaction for the outstanding success of the first edition of the Romanian Community Summit that was a remarkable result of the common efforts of many representatives, organizations, and volunteers from the Romanian American community in the metropolitan area of the great city of Chicago. It was both a genuine privilege and a learning process for our consulate team to support a similarly sustained and pointed effort over many weeks, if not months, to move forward the goalpost and organize the second edition of such a significant event. We commend as well the generosity of the Logos Christian Academy for offering to host the event and enhance with their contributions and resources this landmark manifestation of the Romanian community. And we are looking forward to other entities that will follow their example and will ensure that a torch is passed forward. This is by all means, both through the past, current, and future locations of the Romanian Community Summit, a symbol of a physical, virtual, and spiritual space, if you want, that can unify the entire breadth of activities and projects that are relevant and in the same time inclusive to rather diverse and generationally different segments of our community. These first editions of the summit benefited greatly by your civic leadership and your keen interest as representatives at large of the Romanian community in Midwest. I have no doubt that today's proceedings will build upon the previous edition and consolidate the summit main role as a launching platform of some of the most important questions and debates on the profile and aspirations of our community. I'm quite confident that the exchanges and ideas that will be showcased at the event will be instrumental in producing tools and means needed for a meaningful progress in enhancing the community aspirations and better focus its subsequent actions and projects. As the summit enjoyed a tremendous degree of interest shown by the active and engaged participation of some of the most representative cultural, civic, religious, academic, and business leaders and members of the community, it provides a more than optimistic perspective on how to maintain this very positive momentum in the short and medium term. But by the same token, creates a significant responsibility on how to sustain together a more ambitious long-term strategic goal of fully realizing what I'm certain are extraordinary opportunities that we can now foresee. It is therefore my exquisite pleasure to commend you as one of the most prominent leaders of the Romanian American communities in Chicago and Midwest, and assure you that we, as institutional partners, we will show our determination to honor the overarching commitment to the mutual interest of our community and the advancement of the strategic relationship between Romania and the United States. I'm looking forward to continue our excellent cooperation in respect to this mutual goal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Dumitrescu. And it is my pleasure to now invite Mr. Fabrice Bonvoisin, the President of International Trade of Chicago. Please join us.
I like to move. So, bună dimineața. It is an honor for me to be here today, and I want to thank Maria Valentina Marinescu, Mihai, Oana, Monica this morning, Diana, and Dragos for having me today this morning. We have a lot of things in common. I'm French, so we are Europeans. We went probably through the same challenges. So first I'm gonna talk still about the institution I represent this morning, the International Trade Club of Chicago. This is the oldest club of its kind in the entire country. Started in 1919, when the Americans realized that to supply their allies, they had the product, but no logistics. So they had to create something to move the goods from here to Europe. Today still, our audience are essentially in the logistics business. Transportation companies, custom brokers, attorneys, and everything in between in trade. Also, I've been the president for the last 13 years. You know, I got some privilege here. It's time to pass on. So I would invite you to consider joining ITCC and be active with us. The reason being is, in business, even with AI, there is still a human behind the computer that press the button send or delete or anything else. Even the code is written so far by someone, a human. So the human component is still there. But humans have variants, different types of education, different languages, different cultural environment and history, and different aspirations. The meaning there is that ITCC is a melting pot. Why? It's because international trade is as diverse as it sounds. So when I first joined ITCC, sorry to say that, pardon my French, as I love to say that. But when I first joined ITCC, it was the old white man club, all the old farts, enjoying the privilege of the organizations, not doing so much, and just taking one, getting by, basically. Today, it's a different story. We have 2 women on the board. We have 1 African, a German, and experts in Japanese culture. Why? It's because I want ITCC ITCC's board and audience and membership to be as diverse as possible, because international trade is cross-cultural, as we know as Europeans. You cannot survive as a standalone country. We cross a border, we drive a couple of hours, it's a different culture, different language, different rules and everything. We know that. It's part of our genetics, right? Here you drive 5 hours and still speak English. Eventually, if you go north, you speak French, but these guys over there are kind of strange. But you understand my point. So this is an official call for you to join ITCC. Bring your energy, bring what you aspire to do in the field of international business. Bring your ideas, your endeavor to make some things, and we'll help you to make it happen. The events committee can be the place for you. You can help identify speakers. You can help promote it, promote the next events. We have an event on June 13th on the topic of Mexico. You know how it is in kind of the mind of most Americans here, especially in the media, not the real world. The kind of underappreciated view or picture of Mexico. Most Americans don't realize how much life would be harder in this country without the Mexicans or the Hispanic community, right? So I'm not here to create any problems, I'm just a realist. So that's why we decided to partner with this organization for a very high-level event about Mexico, June 13th. So please go to itcc.org, O-R-G, and the event is there. You can register, and it's a full-day event, most of a full day, full of nuggets if you aspire to do business with Mexico, in Mexico, and Mexican companies. The next event is another full-day event in October, October 16th. We reserved the date. It's going to be on the topic of Europe in and after the war in Ukraine. We had this topic last year twice with Ukrainians to promote the support to Ukraine, because you know how bad it is, because Romania is one of the key supporters and partner of Ukraine. Without Poland and Romania, Ukraine couldn't do it. Okay, so this is very important to me, because that's where business can take its part in supporting the cause of what is being right to do. Not necessarily good for an individual. It's beyond ourselves. So here is the message. ITCC is really a place of exchange of ideas and endeavor. Networking. We have people from Hong Kong, and themselves are caught in the middle. They cannot say whatever they want because there's Uncle China above them. And the same thing with Koreans. It's a different type of culture. But also we have Africans, African countries. We have other Eastern European countries, Western countries. Western countries like France, Germany, the usual suspect, and Italy. And I highly respect them because most of them are my former clients. So don't get me wrong, but they take it for granted because everybody wants to go to France. Everybody wants to do business in Germany, the UK, the Netherlands, eventually Italy, Spain, and so forth. So they say, well, okay, welcome. If you want to spend your money, we're going to help you to spend it. It's not so much about working together, exchanging, and developing something that has a benefit for both sides. And that's very important to me. When I advise clients, because I have also 2 other businesses, one in the consulting business for international business. And I always say, well, you know, you may have the best product that fulfills a need. However, remember that people, even though they don't know about your product, They still live on. So that means they have an alternative. Are you aware of which alternatives they have? Right there, over 50% of the companies cannot answer that question. They haven't done their homework, they don't know how it works, and they don't know what the local consumers or companies are using. So if you come here presenting a product, you better know what the locals are using, because the need is still there, they just have the different means to fulfill it. So this is this kind of basic fundamentals that can be used. But again, you can always go through this by talking to each other and communicating and having a melting pot. The last thing I want to share with you is a personal experience. My first relationship with Romania started in 1989, the revolution. You took on, and still today it resonates heavily, because I was only 24 when I was in Milan in a team of executives starting the Italian division of a big French retailer. It was the first one. And I was there alone at night and watching your people taking over the presidential and the things that happened with Dumitrescu and all these things. That's my first thing. The second was much more positive. In 1998, I had the opportunity to meet the person who opened the very first consulate, Romanian consulate in Chicago, Gabriel Dumitrescu. And I can tell you that until last year, we were still exchanging through LinkedIn and technology, we are still in touch. So over the years, we exchanged a few things. That's my second. And when I looked at economic numbers to prepare for today, I was amazed by your accomplishments. If you compare the GDP between 1986 today, or 2023, your GDP has been multiplied by 10 folds. 10 folds. You're one of the most successful and growing economy in Europe. This is an accomplishment. You cannot ignore it. So having your community joining ITCC, sharing your successes and your openness to work with others is a blessing. And on this, I would say, vă mulțumesc.
Wonderful opportunity for us to get more engaged outside of our Romanian echo chamber, right, Silas? So what great to hear your speech. So now we will move into the first panel, the community panel. We are running a bit behind, but don't worry, everything will be extremely interesting, so you will not feel the time flying. So we have the community panel now, who's going to be moderated by Mr. Steven Bonica, and I will invite you all to come to the stage. I also want to remind you that there is a key barcode over there, key code, whatever it's called, that you can use to send your questions and comments, complaints, if the AC doesn't work, that kind of stuff. So please do use it, and then let's move into the community panel.
I'll ask our guests to take a seat. Let me start as I usually start when I am here. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. I am happy to see as many of you that have answered the call to be here. I thank God for the opportunity. Please seat. Please have a seat. I thank God for the opportunity. I thank God for the large array of organizations, associations, and social groups that are represented this morning here. I am certain that the message that will go out from here will be a very positive and encouraging one. I thank God for the direction, and I am certain that we will improve as time goes by. I want to especially thank Pastor Daniel Q, Principal Larry Murg for the hospitality. Isn't Logos a great host? There's a lot of history here, and today, another major milestone in our community. I also want to thank and congratulate Mihai Lehene and the entire team, Romanian United Fund, Romanian Community Center. Awesome job all throughout. You want to give them a hand as well? I am telling you, the ideas were great. When Mihai Lehene proposed the first community summit, I thought it was a very daring project. I didn't know that it was going to take off so high, so fast. And if there's one person that we can also thank for it being at this level, I have to admit, it is Mr. Robert Dumitrescu, Acting Consul General of Romania in Chicago, Minister Counselor. From day one last year, he helped, he pushed, he encouraged, and he gave it all that it could be given so that this was growing. I want to thank Romotana and Marcel Șomfelean for all the help and the logistics behind. He couldn't be here this morning, but he's been a great asset for the success of this event. This is going to be an amazing morning, and we're going to talk about a few things that are important in our community. But what is community? What is community? The first panel is about community. What is community? Talking about community and trying to find a common ground in a community is much like talking about food. If I'm going to say I love bread, my wife is going to get upset because I have diabetes. If I talk about pastries, same thing. If I talk about spices, there are probably some of you that can't take it. So you see, in food, there are items that some people like and other people don't. That doesn't stop us from eating, does it? If I talk about community, if I think of community, the only comparison that I can come up with is a supermarket. A supermarket that has spices, sweets, bread, and everything that you need to make whatever food you want. And if the supermarket is organic, then we like it even better. But if the supermarket has not such quality food and items that are to be used for preparing the food, then that market is no longer sought after, right? I believe it is up to us, each one of us, to bring what's best to the table and make our community one of the best supermarkets in the world. That is what I wish for. That is what I pray for the Romanian community here in Chicago. We have some amazing speakers, and because I want to be shorter than usual, it's going to be hard, because I always talk a lot. I jotted down some ideas here so I can better introduce you our speakers for today. And first, I'm going to present them all, and then I'm going to ask them to say a few things, and then we will be taking some questions. The first one that I want to introduce to you is Honorable Dana Bucin. She is an attorney specializing in immigration law. Professionally, she represents clients with a wide range of employment-based and family-based immigration matters. She has been appointed by the government of Romania's Ministry of Foreign Affairs as the Honorary Consul of Romania in Connecticut and was confirmed by the United States Department of State in March of 2018. Congratulations.
Thank you.
As Honorary Consul of Romania, Ms. Bucin continues to develop cross-border business exchanges with Romania, and at the same time, she cares about enhancing the economic, educational, and cultural visibility of Romanians in Connecticut. Needless to say, Ms. Bucin is a prominent figure in the Romanian-American community of Connecticut and beyond. She often participates in community events, offering her expertise on immigration issues and supporting initiatives that promote cultural integration and community development. Dana Bucin is highly regarded for her dedication to her profession as well as to her community, making significant contributions through her legal practice and consular role. Ms. Bucin is also a pillar in the efforts to include Romania in the visa waiver program, and she will talk about this later. And as such, she will also be part of the breakout session later on today to talk more in detail about her work and what we can do to help in this project. Welcome.
Thank you so much. That was an amazing bio. I've never heard it so good anywhere else. Thank you.
You deserve it. We're privileged to have you here. Thank you for coming. Then right next to me, we have a young man, Teodor Stan, who is an experienced journalist and social scientist. He is the initiator of the first 5 national conferences of Romanian American professionals in Washington, D.C., starting out in 2019 and all the way through 2023, where like-minded professionals gather to share knowledge and experience with younger aspiring professionals. He established nationwide scientific diaspora councils in order to map the current expertise and peer support mechanisms that nurture the integration and positive visibility of Romanian American immigrants' contributions to their host communities. Mr. Stan is here representing FORA, the Federation of Romanian American Organizations, an umbrella organization that unites 30 member and affiliate entities in a single collaboration forum for mutual support. FORA strives to speak with one voice in representing the interests of its members in its interaction with the American stakeholders as well as with officials from Romania and Republic of Moldova. Mr. Teodor Stan is also the founding president of the Immigration Research Forum. The Immigration Research Forum is an independent, non-partisan, non-political, not-for-profit organization established in Washington, D.C., dedicated to the research of transatlantic immigration, the social integration of immigrants, and their impact on host communities and countries of origin. IRF's focus is on research, educational, and civic action, while being devoted to fostering an in-depth understanding of the factors which promote the successful integration and upward social mobility of immigrants within our nation of nations. Welcome, Theodore. Welcome. It's an honor to have you here today. And then we have an older friend of mine, Nicolae Popescu. Nick. Friends call him Nick. So please, call him Nick. Nick has become known in the Romanian and Moldovan communities for being the man that started from the ground level and built a business through which he is now creating opportunities for people who don't mind working hard, are honest, and are also willing to learn. Nick holds a degree in transportation engineering and management from the Technical University of Moldova. Seeking better opportunities, he moved to the United States in 2010. 2 years later, he earned his CDL, commercial driver's license, and entered the trucking industry as a driver. Just after another 2 years, Hermes NVC Corp was born, marking the beginning of an exciting journey. Today, as the co-founder and head of logistics operations, he focuses on ensuring the satisfaction of both customers and drivers. Involved in his community, Nick has been a member of the parish council of Saint Athanasius the Great, Romanian Orthodox Church, Saint Athanasius the Great, for 5 consecutive years and has served as the council president for the last 4 years. Throughout his 14 years in the United States, he has been actively involved in numerous charitable, educational, and cultural projects, both in the United States and in Moldova, representing either his co-founded company or the church of which he is a member. Mr. Nick Popescu is also part of Romotana, the Romanian and Moldovan Trucking Association of North America, a dynamic, not-for-profit trade association committed to promoting and supporting the investment of Romanian and Moldovan American in the trucking industry of North America. Welcome, Nick. Thank you, and congratulations for your achievements.
Thank you so much.
Most of you know me, but for those that do not, I'm going to take a minute to introduce myself. If you would remember only one thing about me, I would like to be known for turning the negative circumstances of my early youth into a positive outcome to the best of my abilities. In early fall of 1982, at the age of 17, I was stripped of my Romanian citizenship while still living in Romania, only because my parents had the audacity to request passports and permission to legally immigrate to the United States. After almost 2 years of mistreatment and harassment by the communist authorities, we all finally arrived in the United States, and in July of 1984, we landed here as political refugees. Shortly thereafter, the Romanian in me, even stripped of the Romanian citizenship, started a path of community work, initiating and establishing the Mihai Eminescu Library in a Romanian church in Detroit in October 1984. In the summer of 1985, our family moved to Southern California. I continued to stay very active in the Romanian community, and a year later was recruited to the leadership team that founded the Eastern European Friendship Organization in Los Angeles, based on an interdenominational Christian approach and principles of inclusion based on unity in diversity and the common ground of Christian faith. In the summer of 1987, I moved to Chicago, where I quickly stole the most precious heart that I have ever met, got married in only 3 months, and have been happily married to Simona ever since. Together, we have been blessed with 2 amazing daughters who are now married and have given us the joy and the blessing of grandparenting 2 precious, beautiful, and smart granddaughters. One is almost 6 and the other one 2.5, with another grandbaby boy coming next month from our second daughter. Out of the need to have a printed form of communication in the Romanian community of Chicago, with the gracious support of my highly educated wife, I started Center Focus Publishing in the summer of 1995 as a Romanian-American publishing house and network provider. We published the first ever and the only in-depth Romanian-American community guide and directory, Romanian-American Yellow Pages, in 5 consecutive editions, 99, 2001, 2002, 2004, 2007, and then Google came around, so we kind of sat and watched. We also published the Romanian Impact magazine for 7 years, from 2001 to 2008. We founded the Romanian Heritage Library and Research Center in December of 2002. We then founded and organized the largest ever Romanian Heritage Festival in Chicago, 4 years consecutively, between 2010 and 2013. We then created the Biserici.us network, a platform for all Romanian churches of all denominations, in 2016. We founded then a new not-for-profit organization, the Romanian Heritage Center for Cultural Anthropology, on July 1st of 2020. And in less than 2 years, in April of 2022, by the grace of God, we bought a building for it, making it the first Romanian not-for-profit owned building in the Chicago area other than churches. We published the first ever encyclopedia of Romanian churches in the United States in December of 2023, only because of our interpersonal relationships with the leaders of all the associative organizations of churches and of all churches of all Christian denominations. Through my experience and the years of service, I came to genuinely appreciate and love all those who love God, serve the church in all denominations, and serve the community. And now, just to save the date, mark your calendars for August 28, when by the grace of God, we will be opening a completely rebranded library and museum exhibit in the new home of the Romanian Heritage Center, recently acquired building in Des Plaines. I've said more about me than I said about my guests, but I figured I introduced you 3 guests, so I kind of had to match. I thank you for choosing to be with us today. I know you could have done a lot of things, but you chose to be here. And if I nail it, I'm going to say that you came here with an interest. We all have an interest. We all want to see our community flourish. We all want to see our people advance. And I take great pride when I see Romanians in high positions, regardless of where they are. I was honored to hear that an attorney that was very successful in Connecticut was elected to be representing economical, cultural affairs between Romania and the United States. So I bring the mic back to you. Dana Bucin, again, welcome.
Thank you again.
Dana, you've been at it for a while. If there would be one thought that you would start in talking about community, how do you see community? You've been involved, you've done a lot. How do you see community? What does community mean to you?
I think you gave us the answer. I actually jotted down when I heard you talk about unity in diversity. That's what community is for me. Acting according to our common values and common heritage, and recognizing that while we're not all the same, we all have common interest and we should come together. We should focus on what brings us together and not obsess over what divides us. And I just want to say, community is what I saw when I landed here in Chicago. From the moment I landed and I hit centers like Rocco, and I talked to our RUF volunteers and Archer people, and then here at the Academy with all of you, I see community, not only one big community, I see smaller communities choosing to freely collaborate with each other. And all of it in unity while understanding that we have differences, but we choose to collaborate. And that's what it is to me to be inside a community. I come from a smaller community in Connecticut. We're not nearly as big as you. We're a small hand of Romanians, but very visible. And the reason we're visible is because we're united. Mostly united. Unity is a work in progress. Don't ever think that we're ever going to get there 100%. But because we're united, we show up in support of each other in Connecticut. So I'm going to describe what I know, because I've seen the same thing even at a bigger scale here in Chicago. But in Connecticut, we're a small hand of Romanians, and we managed to unite as you could say, the consular, the official consulate. I'm an honorary consul. I'm nowhere near an official career governmental consul. But still, people look up to me as the consular authority in Connecticut. So let's just say I'm that. So I am the consulate. Then there's the churches, a variety of churches of all denominations. And then there's the nonprofit sector, the NGO sector. And we've all come together, just like you have here, and we've managed to work towards unity. And in so doing, we managed to be more visible to the local population than if we were taking issues with each other's differences. So for example, we managed together to pass 4 different laws in Connecticut that benefit the Romanian community. To put that into perspective, just imagine that 7,000 Romanians, nowhere near your 100 and what thousand?
180.
180,000, go Chicago. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Are you coming back?
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully nothing
Businessman has to attend his business. You are excused, right? Continue, please.
And so just making sure he's okay.
Oh.
Is anyone trained in CPR here? Is anyone a trained medical professional?
Anyone with trained medical?
Okay. Okay.
Stop the live. Stop the live.
be completely fluent in English. They could still take the driving license test so they could drive and feed their family from day one or as soon as possible. That could easily be done here through coalition building. So maybe the Romanian is, I don't know if Romanians are enough to pass just the Romanian language, but if not, if you ally yourselves with Ukrainians, Polish, and other folks who need their languages introduced at DMV, that's an interesting idea. And I dare say the Department of International Trade here might be an ally to you, perhaps. We also got more H-1B cap-exempt visas in Connecticut because we managed to do programs between university and industry. When you put together universities and industry, you make more visas available for professionals. In a world where the immigration policies now are worse than they've ever been because they haven't been reformed for 30 years, that's a very valuable tool to do. So again, bringing together universities and industries on joint projects of collaboration could result for more H-1B cap-exempt visas that are exempted from the H-1B lottery. Also, apostille fees. My friend, Monsieur Bonvoisin, might know that in order to conduct international business, one needs to obtain authentication of documents here for use in a foreign country. And apostille or apostille fees apply to those transactions. It just so happened that Connecticut used to charge quadruple the national average. Therefore, it's a tax on immigrants and it's a tax on international business. And we got rid of it. An idea. Just an idea. And so, with that, next on our policy agenda are to change mental health licensing requirement because of the need for mental health professionals who are Ukrainian speaking to treat a large number of Ukrainian refugees who landed in Connecticut with war trauma. And so that needs a little bit of change in the licensing requirements. And also all sorts of housing, degree equivalency, and employment access for newly arrived immigrants in Connecticut. That's on our agenda. Now, 3 ways in which we've done that for the community is, number 1, we spotted the issues and we did the research, policy research. 2, we sent politically savvy people to meet with the decision makers, people who understand the issues, but also understand the politicians and how they think and how they could be framing the issues. And number 3, we built coalitions, like I said. Romanians in Connecticut cannot get anything done by themselves, but together with the Polish, the Ukrainians, the International Trade Office, who's a big ally, and also the business community, because they need us as labor. So the business community needs immigrants as labor, and we're facing record labor deficits in Connecticut. I don't know about you here in Chicago, but that's a big problem there. So therefore, this is the time to pass pro-immigrant, pro-Romanian policies in any state. So get to work, because you have the community here. Thank you.
There's a lot, I'm sure, to be said, and if Dana would have more time, she could elaborate more on the projects that she's been involved. It seems like every time I hear something about Romanians in the United States or around Washington, D.C., I hear of a few names, and Dana Bucin's name comes up all the time. I'm honored to finally sit on the same panel with you and to hear about these great achievements, and I invite the audience to engage at this point. If you have any questions, if you have anything to challenge our special speaker today, I'd like you to start coming up towards the front or raise your hand. Until you do, I would like to ask you a question. On the challenges in immigration law, this is a big topic. And we're talking about legal immigration, right? So this is awesome. I'd love to see more and more immigrants being legalized and enjoy the opportunities that United States offers. I came at a time when you couldn't come in the United States if you weren't given a visa. And people died around the world without getting a visa. That was different than today. And then I saw a lot of people that made it to United States with student visas or other types that still legally entered the United States but wanted to make United States a home. So attorneys like Dana Bucin are great to have, a great asset in our community. On the challenges of immigration law, what are some of the biggest challenges that you face in your work as an immigration attorney, and how do you overcome them? There was a time when I worked as a paralegal with an immigration attorney between 1988 and 1992. And I remember the challenges that we were facing then, and it was taking away my rest. I couldn't sleep at night thinking of the people that needed help and either couldn't get it or didn't qualify. How do you overcome the challenges, and what are the biggest?
Biggest challenge we have is that we're operating in a 21st century economy with a 1980s visa regime that has not been reformed yet by Congress. And so we have dysfunction, complete dysfunction in the system, which may explain the large quantities of undocumented coming through the border because for lack of legal path, for lack of legal avenues available. What we should be doing to overcome this is to reform immigration laws comprehensively. Everything from border security to providing sufficient legal avenues to satisfy the need for labor as well as the supply for labor, right? And so we don't have that yet. How do I overcome that in a dysfunctional system? One, I never cease to advocate for the system to become functional. And there are things that can be done at state level, like I told you. Because there's limited numbers of H-1B visas for professionals nationwide, I worked at the Connecticut level to basically wag the dog, to make a reality happen, to make more collaborations happen between university and private businesses, because those collaborations result in more legal visas, H-1B legal visas available. So in other words, Connecticut, if you're an immigrant in Connecticut, you stand a much better chance of getting a visa than an immigrant anywhere else where they haven't done this program. We just passed the legislation in Connecticut, which I helped introduce, which is called the Global Entrepreneur in Residence Program, idea for Chicago. You guys could make a killing with that program here. You really could attract, retain loads of Romanian professionals who graduate from our universities. And not only that, people from Romania who graduate in Romania and would like to utilize their skills here. You could utilize the Global Entrepreneur in Residence Program. The other way I deal with it is I try to mobilize support for case-by-case representation, especially in asylum cases, which we have record number of refugees and asylum seekers today. That it's comparable to the communist era, but now they're coming to us from major conflict zones. Syria, Yemen, Ukraine, Venezuela. Ecuador is overrun with armed groups. There's large... I will explain again.
It is the age of AI.
That's funny.
I think you confused the eye.
And so what I try to do is summon support around me, I did coalitions. So I do community building even around helping immigrants. I work with refugee resettlement organizations in Connecticut so that together we could represent a larger number of refugees and asylees worldwide. I make a specific point of representing human rights defenders, rule of law defenders, anti-corruption whistleblowers from around the world who are seeking refuge here in the United States of America, and I represent them either pro bono or low bono because they are the most vulnerable among people. So that's one way in which I deal with the dysfunctions. I try to help as much as I can, but not only by helping case by case, but by changing the rules of the game. And I'm going to try to start changing it federally because we need to have this conversation federally. Why are we damaging immigrants so much by not reforming the legal immigration framework?
So I think we have a few questions from the audience. Thank you. I just want to make sure in the next 5 to 10 minutes that we have at the panel, we get to the questions from the audience. And I know I'm going to make an executive decision and step in front of you because I want to ask Theo a question, which is, you've been engaged over the last several years in organizing conferences for Romanian professionals. Have you seen any evolution, any changing interest, any trends from the first time you got engaged all the way to now? What can you tell us about it?
Yes, so during the first year, and I would like to first start by thanking you all for inviting me and including me in this panel. Being physically present is leading to connections and understanding of the community in ways I couldn't possibly in a virtual realm where we're trying to connect a nationwide diaspora. A nationwide diaspora exists only to the degree that we affirm it. There is such internal diversity, and we have such smaller, even within a regional space like Chicago, there is so much internal diversity. Imagine trying to come up with a concept and a long-term dynamic of a national diaspora. It is an imagined community, and it's only as alive and evolving as we affirm it to be. And we all have agency in the shape that it takes. When I started in Washington, D.C., I thought it was going to be just a D.C. experiment where we invited people, and we had professors from Duke University or other places, but it was very much driven by the IMF, World Bank, and academic environments of D.C. We've learned during the pandemic how to engage with people in the 5 councils, in the 5 domains, and understand the diversity at a national level by the 5 domains. We've basically instrumentalized our ethnic heritage in a professional field. So we have them structured as arts and culture, medicine and public health, legal counseling, development and public policy, people in STEM and IT, and people in community civic engagement and social entrepreneurship. And that's the panel where we invited Mihai at the time, Mihai Lehene, whom I thank for the invitation here. He was with us, and he's with us at the annual conferences. That's where we discussed the need for a national platform where we learn from our various diaspora hubs about the capacities that exist there, about the experts that exist there, the expertise that can be applied in all the states. An expert such as Dana Bucin, who is, by the way, every year at our annual conferences, is also transferring that knowledge and keeping us up to date about the visa regime that is changing and how it may affect academic diaspora mobility and research and development, people that work in research and development. Basically, we've learned to engage with the diasporas where they are and to incorporate their definitions of diaspora, their voices on a national platform, and learn about how they come together around film festivals. We've learned how to replicate film festivals in different diaspora hubs. We've learned about Seattle's, Washington State's ability to accredit heritage, Romanian as a heritage language in Washington State. And that's something that we want to replicate in different states so that youngsters grow up and actually receive credits, academic credits, and affirm their identity even in their applications to college. Affirming your identity and being wholly who you are and bringing the values of your family and including your linguistic and ethnic background to the fore means you live wholly of who you are, you affirm who you are, and there is a protective and a promotive benefit, a psychological benefit to feeling anchored, to feeling contained within the society you live in, wherever that may be, and wherever you find that physical connection, that physical community that nurtures you when you collapse in the middle of an event, one that gives you the feeling of home. And we are building homes, basically, in a place that is quite diverse. So I would encourage you, I have to bring this in, I would encourage you to see what Fora is doing. Fora is a forum, we strive to speak with one voice and to bring the grassroots assessments of the needs of the communities on a national scale and in rapport with our Romanian authorities or with American authorities. But we are only as good and as whole and as effective as the membership, as the members make it be. Working with instrumentalizing the ethnic heritage as a venue for career, we've learned how important it is to have a mentor that is worthy of the young individuals to guide them through the maze of their particular career or academic paths in the United States and gives them the motivation and the horizon and the connections to make it in the United States. The first 5 years for any new arrival into a country are the liminal space of coming and understanding the community you live in are very important, and it's very important for people not to be lonely in that period, but find these anchoring and these containing communities, these physical communities that help you through the maze of daily life and give you that feeling of home, of belonging in this world.
Talk about physical communities, talk about face-to-face, brings me to say thank you for coming to Petru Amarei. He is one that produces the face-to-face TV show on his television program. Petru, are you here? Yeah.
Let's see who.
It's always better to be face-to-face, and I'm glad, Theodore, that you took the time and you accepted the invitation to be here. Very insightful information on how the community is now preparing for future and mapping and organizing and identifying resources. I didn't know much about the organization, and then as I looked into it, I became more intrigued, more attracted, and I commend you for the work that you have been doing. Other questions? I saw Cornell. Yeah.
Just want to say, if you have any questions from the audience, please raise your hand. We'll bring the mic to you. We see one there, but we had one in the pipeline here.
I knew that Cornell at one point in time was going to take the challenge and interact with us. Cornell has traveled from Seattle, Washington, to be with us at the summit. I convinced him very simply by saying it's better to be in person than to hear about it. Cornell is a very special person. I just want to say, I have to say, that a month and a half ago, we almost lost the building that we bought 2 years ago for the Romanian Heritage Center. We bought it with financing for 2 years from the seller. As a not-for-profit organization recently started, with no credit history. No bank wanted to give us money to buy the building. So we bought it for $295,000. We raised $100,000 for the down payment, and the $195,000 was financed by the seller for 2 years. Our plan was to renovate, open up, and then refinance with the bank. We thought 2 years was enough. We didn't know the hustles and the hurdles and the bumps that the city of Des Plaines had in plan. And it turns out that we only obtained the approval for remodeling in the beginning of February of this year, and our mortgage was expiring on April 7. We found ourselves with notices from the attorneys representing the seller, demanding full payment, or we would have gone in foreclosure. We paid over $65,000 through the 2 years in mortgage payments, property taxes. We've already started putting money in remodeling, and here we were 3 weeks before April 7 with a foreclosure notice in the mail. I prayed, and I knew that God exists, and I knew that God works through people. And I said, God, I need $200,000 in 3 weeks. Wow. I made a few phone calls and consulted with Mihai Lehene on trying to find a solution. And then I talked to Cornel. Said, Cornel, here's where we are. He says, okay, I don't see the problem. Give me information for your bank account, I'll send you $200,000. Wow. So, do I need to say that he's a successful business person and a great developer in the state of Washington? Many people can say a lot of things, but you judge them by their actions. Cornell jumped in, we worked with the attorneys. His name is on the title as a lien holder with no other demands. He's not telling us what to do, how to do, nothing. He's just going to give us advices. He paid the money and saved the building. So now I put you on the spot. Come with your question. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. There was no need for that, but anyway, since you let it go, you let it go. I have a question for the community panel. And the question is, I understand that not too long ago, Simina Tulbure was here. She's one of the deputy that represent diaspora. Are we happy with her representation of diaspora? Can you guys answer to that question?
So the question pertains...
And I have a second question, but I'll let you talk on that.
So if I understand correctly, the question pertains to the relationship and representation of the Romanian diaspora in the Romanian parliament. I'm going to have to say that I wasn't present at the meeting with Simina. I heard about her coming, but I wasn't in town. Mihai, are you in the room, Mihai? I guess the question would be better answered by people from the community that had interaction. Maybe Dana, did you have interaction with Simina? I know that she was also in the DC area.
Not on that occasion, and I cannot remember if I've ever had an interaction with her, and I don't tend to talk about people because I'm less familiar with individuals. I'm more familiar with the issues. For me, as a big issue for the Romanian community in Connecticut and everywhere else are the consular papers. And why are they so difficult.
Okay, the reason I
So-
brought the question is very simple. We're talking about community
Yes.
panel. We're talking about what the Romanian community is here in Chicago. Let's not forget, I was one of you guys. I used to live here from 86 to 88. 88, I moved to Seattle, and I've been there ever since. So since it's a community panel, the reason I brought this question is, are we happy with what she done for the community, for the diaspora? We have, don't forget, we have a large number of Romanians that live outside of Romanian borders. And those Romanians are represented by 2 senators and 4 deputies. Those people, they are there. They're supposed to represent us in the Romanian parliament. The reason I'm here is because I want to, let's say, wake up the community that we need to have people that represent us in the Romanian parliament for our benefit. We are here to build a better community. We are here to be represented the right way in the parliament, so we have a voice. We thank you. I thank you.
Thank you. If I may, as the
Yeah.
Federation of Romanian American Organizations, yes, I have met with her in Washington, D.C. We are an apolitical organization. I will not express any sort of evaluation, but it's the question I believe was about the efficacy of our interaction as a diaspora with Romanian state institutions. And here I can speak about that, not in any sort of political way. I believe what is needed is a grassroots assessment of the way the state has interacted with very small community organizations and obstacles in securing funding for such small entities for heritage language courses or for heritage centers. Here, I believe there's room for improvement, but it needs to be communicated in an apolitical way, one that does not affect or promote the interest of just a certain sectional organization in a certain small community, but one that improves systematically the interactions between diaspora and state institutions. So we've used the channels to discuss what the challenges were in securing funding, the procedural, the detailed aspects of having to return funds often. We've asked for information about the breakdown of what funding had been offered to community-based organizations in the United States versus other diaspora hubs in Europe or versus historical communities around Romania or the Balkans. So we have used these channels to speak, but always apolitically and always as an ombudsman of where things can improve and how they can improve. We've had also the positive approach of, Mihai Lehene has been very pivotal in showing how best practices in applying for grants for the Department of Romanians Abroad and how to obtain them. And we developed a manual that can be used and is accessible by other small community organizations to improve their chances of securing that funding. So yes, the Federation is basically a means to assess needs and relay those findings to the decisional political factor, but in an apolitical way, because we want to avoid in any way having the diaspora politicized. And I believe our internal diversity would not allow us to do such a thing.
It sounds like follow-up can happen over networking, lunch, but we have time for one more question. It's a great panel, but we need to move on, and there's going to be time in the break to take this further. I did see a question there. Is that still valid? Horia, if you could move the microphone there. And this is the last question. We'll have to take a break after.
Thank you. So my question is for Ms. Bucin, I think, and I want to ask it from the perspective of, right, there's a lot of business people in the room. We all know what's happening in Romania. There's a lot of entrepreneurship going on. So my question to you is, are you seeing a trend in Romanians coming to the United States? Because you talked about the skills program, right, with HP1, H1B and all that. Are you seeing a trend with, for example, L1 intercompany transfers or like the EB 5 routes with folks investing in the United States and coming through those routes. Just be curious if we do manage to make our way here that way.
Thank you for teeing up for me to talk about the E2 visa that nobody knows about, and yet there's a Romanian USA bilateral investment treaty that allows for an E2 investment visa that's much less than the $1 million EB5 program. It's just $100,000 or so. And because the government of Romania negotiated a treaty with the United States, Romanian entrepreneurs can literally invest around a minimum of $100,000 and get E2 visa to come here. L1 is a very popular visa with Romanians as well. EB5, not so much. EB5 is an actual green card with at least $900,000 worth of investment and $1.8 million in a non-targeted area. And it's literally almost dead, that program, just dead by bureaucracy. It's not dead by legislation, but by bureaucracy. So I wouldn't recommend, and I haven't seen Romanians utilize the EB5. I'm seeing E2, L1, H1B, loads of J1s who come here as work and travel and then transform it into some other visa type. I do have to address the difficult topic. I also do see some Romanians who fall off the legal immigration wagon, sometimes through no fault of their own, and I do have to raise awareness about access to competent immigration counsel. Unfortunately, a lot of the derailments that I've seen are because people bump into the wrong help at the beginning. And it takes one wrong help to derail an entire train, and you cannot put the train back on track. Like even later when you get to a really good lawyer, it's very difficult to put the train back on track. So we have a lot of Romanians who need to get back on the right track with the right help. So that's also a trend that I'm seeing, but it's not by intent. I just want to tell you that virtually every person who derailed, who I've spoken with, that they did not do it intentionally. They did it because they accessed the wrong help, because they didn't have enough legal paths. There was something, some circumstance outside of their control that affected that. And unfortunately, remember that framework that's dysfunctional that I talked about? That dysfunctional immigration legal framework does not allow coming back on track. To just give you an example, there's one tool to put people back on track. It's called the I-601A waiver. It currently takes 4.5 years to process that waiver. So even the very few legal avenues to legalize a person from undocumented to a documented takes a long time. And that is the effort I want to join federally, to make sure there's no such thing as more than, say, 6 months of processing anything. So hopefully that answers your question, but the good news is that Romanians have an incredible amount of visa options available, more than most people out there. We are among the 80 countries in the world that have special access to E2 visa. And the countries you would think would have access don't, like Brazil. They don't have access. Hungary doesn't have E2 treatment, etc. So there are benefits that we should know about and we don't know about. And that's the E2 visa is the biggest one in the entrepreneurial sector. Thank you for that question. F1. Yes, the student visas. Yes, me too. I came here by F1. F1 in the house. It's a great tool. But you know what? In vain do we come here with an F1 and then we graduate and there's no path because there's a very limited number of H-1B visas. And that's why the Global Entrepreneur in Residence legislation was so instrumental to create the pipeline to the American dream for all the F1s. Yep.
Okay,
physical community-based organizations have a role to play in identifying those people that are in situations of vulnerability, that live in the shadows, sometimes for decades, because they do not see the way out. And community-based leaders should be trained to sensitize the community, but also train to access the proper legal resources to get those individuals out of those situations, as a way to affirm our commitment to them as members of our community.
So I have the worst job today, which is to try to keep us on time, and I'm failing at it completely. So I want to say, just want to give everybody the update. Nicu Popescu is fine, so he's attended to, so everything is fine. I know. Okay, so the conversation has been fantastic. I'm sure a lot of more questions in the audience. I do want to call out to the roundtable being also focused on communities, so you have another opportunity to engage in the discussion forum then. I want to very much thank Stephen and Theo and Donna. Thank you so much for the panel. And I want to give you all the opportunity to step out in a networking break. Originally, it was going to be a 30 minutes networking break. We cannot afford 30 minutes, so let's try to make it 15, and I'll see some strugglers in the last 5 probably. So I have a 5-minute wiggle room there. So 15, 20 minutes. At 20 after hour, we're starting. And you're going to see the 3 chime. You know, that means that you better get your seat, okay? Thank you all. Take advantage of the networking opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna try to get started again. If you could make your way into the room, we would greatly appreciate it. Congratulations, you are the ones who really know what the 3-chime bell is. So you probably heard it and you made your way here. Like I said, there are some stragglers, but they're coming. If I could ask one of the volunteers to close the doors, and we will get started again. Okay, it's great to be back. Okay, so we're here to go into our second panel, which is the education panel, which is going to be an awesome panel. Before we do that, I just want to introduce someone still in the area of education, another kind of education, which is Donald Walsh. You see him here. He's representing the rugby team. And there's going to be a game between our, we're going to be very conflicted here, USA versus Romania. I don't know who I'm rooting for. I mean, I kind of do, but okay. So July 5th is the game, and one line you want to give the audience a message.
Just come and see me in the networking area. We have some raffle prizes. We want to get a big Romanian community there to support their team. The president of the team has said we want all the Romanians in the Midwest to come and support them because they want to have a big crowd. And the USA are very excited about the competition as well. So July 5th, lots of party, lots of fireworks, hopefully some Romanian culture, Romanian dancing, USA fireworks at the end, and a celebration of sport and culture and immigrants here in this country. So we look forward to it, and thank you for your hospitality. I will be in the networking area during lunch.
Thank you. Good to have you with us. Go Romania. Okay. Now let's move into the education panel with my co-chair here, Larry. Moorg's going to be the moderator with a wonderful panel. I'll pass it over to you.
Bună ziua, mai știți românește? A fost toată ziua în engleză, nu știu ce Romanian Summit avem aici, dar trebuie un pic și în românește. Nu? Parcă m-au obosit urechile tot la engleză. Bineînțeles că avem oaspeți care vorbesc numai engleză, așa că am să vorbesc și eu tot în engleză, dar să știți că mi-e dor de limba dulce românească și mă bucur să știu că mă înțelegeți. Mă uit în ochii dumneavoastră și văd țara. Mi-e dor de ea, mă întorc în vară, am încercat să merg în fiecare vară înapoi. So my name is Larry Merg. I'm the principal here at Logos Christian Academy. This is a school that is mainly Romanian. We started in 1994. We started out of scratch overnight, dreaming about it and thinking that every year we're going to close it down. And here we are by the grace of God. 30 years later, we're still teaching Romanian kids. Okay, it is a school that believes in traditional style teaching. We still have paper books. We ask kids to read books. We ask them to write with a pen on paper while we teach them Python programming and all that, okay? But we think that the traditional style, French style, by the way, of teaching is actually awesome. Okay, so, and the results are great. I had surgery performed by one of our alumni. We have a school of music started by one of our alumni. A lot of things that happen in the community started by kids that finished here. So praise God for that. I don't want to take up your time, just to know me a little bit better. I have 7 kids. So I was forced to go into education because otherwise I would have died. And 3 or 4 of them are in education. So even though we thought that they're going to go somewhere else, they caught the bug. Okay, so, and that's that. All right, well, without further ado, this is a panel that wants to hear from you. We're going to give you our perspective. We have a lot of expertise in education, and you're welcome to ask a lot of questions that might interest you. We have, in our school at least, we bring also students from foreign countries, including Romania, obviously, with the F1 visa, and that's why I asked the question to the lawyer there, because we do have that situation a lot. But not just that, the perspective of transcultural kids in the American society and the impact of that, and what is the role of the family, what is the role of taking care of their mental health. All these things we have expertise in, and our panelists can answer questions. I'm going to pass on the microphone to them. They can introduce themselves briefly, and then we'll go from there with some points that they prepared, and also with your questions. And please be bold about this, because otherwise it's not going to be productive. Now, this is just to start the discussion. You can continue the discussion at lunch with them and with me, and later, you know, because the whole thing is to network, to know each other, and to know that you have resources and people who you can ask, okay? Thank you very much. So, you can start.
Today, and actually right now, is one of those times when you are actually grateful for seeing so many familiar faces, and that happened to me. Because in the audience right now, I see friends from church, Romanian friends from the Romanian community, but most of the familiar faces that I see actually are parents of my former students that attended our family childcare. So I'm really grateful for that, because I know they will give me confidence and their support today. For today, I've actually prepared a PowerPoint where I included lots of pictures that will just make my point, which is we started our family childcare in 2004, and since then we served families from our Romanian community, and not only like Romanian families, but we had many, many families that mixed with other ethnicities. So we were actually blessed enough to have children speaking Romanian, English, and other language, like their father's language or their mother's language at our family childcare. Our goal when we started was that we actually wanted to preserve our Romanian heritage with the young ones. Because I am a firm believer that if we build a foundation of our culture, if the kids know well enough their language, their native language, when they start kindergarten or when they start first grade in the American educational system, they will be more confident to adapt the new culture, to blend it, and from there to just spread their wings and fly. I'm trying to work it.
It is on.
Oh,
it is
okay,
on.
okay. So it went. So as I said, we provide our services in 2004, and we are located in the Jefferson Park neighborhood area. And one of the, which one? The other one? Yeah. Okay. One of the staples of our curriculum was actually to extend our activities outside of our family childcare, which was to stay connected with the larger community. And we just became aware that very, very important for our success will be the parents, actually, because they are the first educators. And we just come, like to actually complete the actions that they do at their homes. So the first step that we were actually took when we started to involve parents more was to invite them over to celebrate Romanian holidays together. And we did not only limit in inviting the parents, but we would invite their relatives, the priests from the church, or other important persons from our Romanian community. We would also have regular field trips also to the church with the kids and the parents. As you can see in this picture, we were actually went for Christmas to do some Christmas caroling there. And then maybe some of the parents can see themselves in this picture. Was a picture, I think it was 2019, and we were trying to have the parents read to the kids a story in Romanian, and they were actually got so involved that they played the story. They acted the story out for the kids, and they were very happy. This was the very popular story of Dumitrescu. Maybe many of you know that story. We also tried to, like explain to the children and make them to be able to relate to their parents' lifestyle, because like many of us will just tell stories over dinner to our kids about how we grew up in Romania, how we helped with the chores, how we visited our grandparents when we had our breaks. So in order for us to be able to make them understand why was it so important for us to spend time in nature or to do like gardening projects, again, we involved the parents. So from time to time, we would go fishing with the parents and their children. We would go and visit, forest preserves. We would go to a farm or to an apple orchard. But the most important tool, and for that I have to thank my husband, who's here in the audience. He is really a great supporter in helping me with the gardening activities we do with our kids. Because I believe gardening, it is an important tool for our Romanian children to understand why is it important to eat, let's say the potato soup, and then you have to add all that, like they say, all that grass, which would be, of course, parsley, dill, or lovage, because it gives that good aroma. So for them to understand why is it good and why is it important, I would say, let's plant them. Let's see how they grow. Let's see how they taste. So you can see here last summer, we were harvesting vegetables. We were harvesting corn, sunflowers. And the little boy in the corner there, he's eating black currants, which was a staple of my childhood. Back then, we wouldn't have maple syrup or, other types of syrups for pancakes that my mom would make. But my mom would wake me up in the morning at 7 o'clock in July and would say, today we'll have to harvest blackcurrant so I can make the syrup for you. So in a week, you can eat pancakes with blackcurrant syrup. So we actually have right now, I don't know, maybe you can help me, 8 bushes, fully grown, right? Then we also, we try to value every year talented people from our Romanian community. So this year, for our Eminescu Symposium, which was in January, we invited Mr. Cătălin, which is a very talented violinist. So he came, he played famous songs about Eminescu poetry. The kids were so so impressed. They danced, they sang with him. And then we repeated the activity, inviting another friend, this time a guitarist, which was Liviu. He came for our Mărțișor festival, which is a Romanian traditional festival when we have to celebrate the coming of spring. And he was playing some Romanian songs on his guitar. We also wanted to stay connected with the larger community, and I just realized I misspelled Rocco, so I apologize for that. I have a double C. So we participated, at least myself, with the larger group of parents one time at the Stories of Rocco, like Mornings with Stories of Rocco, which is an event that happens every Saturday. But I know many of my parents that I have right now, they actually go regularly on Saturdays. For me, it was a little difficult to go every Saturday because my boys, they go to a Romanian choir and they have practice every Saturday. So it was kind of conflicting. And I think, and I'm a firm believer that actually it does take a village to grow a child. And for that, it's, we don't limit only to the friends, to the families, to the Romanian community we have here, but we want to stay connected with the relatives back home in Romania, with our families back home in Romania. So we have like this, I would say, a tradition by now, like annually we would write Christmas or Easter cards to our grandparents or other relatives that are in Romania, or we would send mărțișoare, or sometimes we'll just go on Zoom. So I'm grateful for Zoom too. So we'll go on Zoom and sing for their grandparents' carols or sing for their grandparents' birthdays. Or if it's one of our children's birthdays, we'll go on Zoom so relatives from Romania can see how we celebrate them here. And I think we really do have a connection, even if it's not like in person, but it's still live. It's a live connection. And by the time our kids leave, around 5 years old, they leave for kindergarten, they truly speak really well Romanian, but because we have a bilingual program, like everything we do, it's actually bilingually, they also are like fully fluently in English as well. So it takes a village to raise a child, and this picture, we took it like a month ago with the parents we have right now. We planted onions, garlic, because Romanians love garlic, and some parsley. Now we'll just plant other vegetables that will be in season. So that was the end of my presentation. Thank you.
I would just like to add the fact that it takes a church within a village to raise a child, because if it's a village of cannibals, you don't want that village to raise your child, right? So just remember that is very important. So Anna is a specialist, if you want, in driving Romanian heritage through these K through 12 programs. So if you have questions for her, could be on different lines, but this is the line of expertise that she prepared for today. Now we're going to take questions after everyone had their intervention. So write them down if you have questions, and when you do ask the questions, direct them to whomever you want to answer. And now the next one is Diana Barbu, and she is with Making Sense of the College Application Process.
Thank you. Hey everyone, I'm Diana Barbu. I live in Florida, and I'm so honored to be here today with you all. So thank you so much for the invitation. So, thank you. Okay, so just a little bit about me. I spent my professional career, which is almost 20 years, in education, 5 years being a professor, a teacher, computer science, and this feels like in another life. But then in the States, I worked for various colleges and universities, and right now I work for a regulatory agency. And throughout this time, I learned all the ins and outs of college admissions, college, like all the things that could really go wrong if you really take a wrong turn at some point, and how easy it is to access the system, but also kind of accrue debt without a degree. So during the pandemic, I wrote 2 books, which was a lifelong dream, and eventually one of them became a bestseller, which is great. So I'm gonna leave it there in terms of me. There's a bio somewhere, so yeah, there. Scan the QR code, go for it. Okay, so let's talk about college admission, and all that. And because we are limited on time, I had 2 statistics prepared for today, so I'm only gonna use one of them. But whatever comes up, even if we don't have a chance to address all the questions in the session, we can talk afterwards. All right, so do you happen to know that the fact of becoming a millionaire by age of 40 or later with a high school degree, it's 6%, but with a college degree, that chance goes up to 22%, which is, it basically grows 4 times. And then besides a college degree, with a graduate degree, that chance of becoming a millionaire, it's 38%. So college, it's important. There's a lot of rhetoric about distrust in higher education and college and all that, and we can talk more about that when we get a chance. I wanted to actually touch on a couple of things that how to access college, so basically the points of access, and the second thing is what can everybody do during high school to prepare for college. So in the big picture of things, there are 2 points of access in the United States into a college education. There's community colleges, you probably heard of them a lot. We don't have an equivalent in the Romanian education system, but basically community colleges provide options for education for the entire spectrum. So starting from apprenticeships, workforce-ready certificates, associate's degrees, all the way into associate's degrees that are actually transferable into a university that allow for the completion of a college degree, the equivalent of diploma de licență that we have in Romania, which in this country happens to be called the baccalaureate degree, so we're not going to go there because our high school diplomas are baccalaureate, so in Romania. Anyway, so that's the first way to access education. One of the two things to remember about community colleges is that they tend to be way affordable than universities. And then also everybody who wants to go to a community colleges can do so. So basically we're going to see that community colleges don't pick their students. Basically you want to go to community college, you apply and you start classes, period. Okay, the second option, it's obviously the universities, and I know a lot of you know a lot about universities. So universities, the main feature is that they can pick and choose their students. So basically universities are selective. There's public universities and there's private universities. Public universities tend to be more affordable because in most cases they are funded by the state. And then private universities tend to be a little bit more expensive because they don't get this financing from the state. Okay, the good thing about universities and the way the system is set up in this country is the fact that they have this, what they call articulation agreements. So if you complete some credits or even a degree at a community college, you can actually transfer those credits into universities. Now, in theory, the process sounds seamless and simple and easy. It's not exactly that simple and easy, but it's an option, and as soon as you kind of start working through it, it's really paying off. Okay, so now that we know we have these options, let's go into what can we do as parents for our children as they are, say, in high school or a little bit earlier, and what colleges actually look at. So, I have an unpopular opinion, and I apologize. So there's three things that are very, very important for the college application. The first one is GPA, right? So Medile, all the grades in high school count for college admissions. Thank you. The most unpopular approach is test scores. Yes, there's a lot of controversy around test scores. Yes, the pandemic basically brought a lot of universities jumping on the bandwagon of test optional or test blind. And now the pandemic has passed, and a lot of universities are actually jumping back on the bandwagon of standardized testing. So the third area that this is, you probably heard about this so much, it's extracurricular activities. So I'm going to go back to test scores real quick. Test scores, everybody hates them. There's no doubt about it, right? And there's issues with them. But think about it this way. The only, one of the best ways for many institutions, universities, to make sense of student achievement, it's actually test scores. And this is because GPAs tend to be fuzzy, right? Because a GPA at one school tends to be very different from the same GPA at a different school. And this is basically academic, dealing with academic rigor and everything else that goes with it. So this is the most controversial part. Test scores, the high school, it's the perfect moment to invest in higher test scores, in tutoring, in everything that goes with it, because there's a lot of university discounts, and we're going to talk about discounts a little bit later, that go with academic achievement. So, and then in terms of extracurriculars, obviously there's opportunity to get involved. There's more trains of thought about what a good extracurricular is, activity. One of them is do as many as you can and put them on the college application. Then the second rhetoric is do a few, try to align them with your major, with your career goals, try to get into a leadership position, and then include that in the college application. There's 2 points of view on this. But what I want you to absolutely know is that there's no way there's no formula. Please never ever try to game the college admission, to think that if I do this and that because it's required, my kid is going to get in. There's no formula. I want you to think of colleges and what's supposed to happen and how you're going to gain admission is by really doing what's best for your child. Yeah, don't try to game the system. So, and then I'm going to go into one more thing. The last thing that I want to go in is college fit. So college fit has 3 dimensions in this country, which tends to be very similar, very different from what we know, really. So there's academic fit. Does the college have the program that my kid is interested in? Does my kid have the GPA, the test scores, and everything else? And how does this GPA and test score compare to the kids that actually entered this college in the past? And we can talk about data sources to actually see this kind of information. Then there's the personal fit. Personal fit, it's a great thing because it can jumpstart the college process. You know, you go visit the campus, the kids get excited. You know, this college thing moves away from this abstract, oh, it's this super expensive thing and abstract something into, oh, look at the campus and the faculty, it's great, and ta-ta-ta. So basically, people get excited about that, and it's a great way to jumpstart the thing. And then the third one is, as you probably think of it, it's financial fit. Yeah. Only when the 3 of them are properly balanced, you actually have found the college. Because academic and personal fit without financial fit can create so many problems down the line. And in this country, and you probably heard it before, so obviously we have a student loan debt crisis. That's the first thing. The second thing that we have is, in this country, it's very easy to get into college, more or less. There's more ways to get in. But also, there's a lot of people who actually drop out of college without a degree and with a lot of debt, which creates very significant issues. And I'm going to leave it here. Thank you. And I'm going to pass the mic to Adriana. Thank you.
Just by way of adding, there is a little known secret that some of these community colleges have some GEM programs. I happen to teach at Wright College. They have a Bridge to Engineering program for engineers and chemists. And you go there starting in the summer, and then you continue 2 years at Wright College, and then you continue at one of the big ones like Champaign, Northwestern, whatnot, sometimes with the same tuition from Wright. Okay, so there are these things that you can investigate, and you can find some paths that are unbelievable. All right, so our next panelist is Adriana Trandafirescu, and she's about everything about mind and soul. So please.
Love it. Thank you. Mind and soul. So Chicago, thank you for welcoming us and for this wonderful panel, and it's so amazing to be here. I don't know exactly what I'm going to say because I prepared 71 pages, and each time that I was asked the same question, different answers came up. So as I will be like Stephen Bonica, God be with me. And who am I? I am many things. And why am I many things? Because I allow the disparate parts of who I am become me. So I started out, well, I am an immigrant, first of all. I came at the age of 12. And my family, very similar to Steve Bonica, had a lot of turmoil in Romania, and we were persecuted. My father was imprisoned. We had people coming over in our house in the middle of the night. But that just built my resilience, okay? So never allow anything negative pull you down. It's all a blessing in disguise. Then in the United States, I became an attorney. I married at the age of 16. On the day that I turned 16 on to 17, I met my wonderful husband, and we have been together for close to, okay, that'll tell my age, close to 30 years. Thank you. We have 3 children. I practiced immigration law for about 15 years. Then during the pandemic, I had a wake-up call and I said, is this the life I want to be leading? And a part of me is very, very grateful for all the immigrants I've helped, and I love the work that I did. But at one point, it came that I remember at the age of 5, someone asked me, what do you want to be? And I imagined being a teacher, teaching children to be happy and thriving and living their purposes. It was just like a beautiful vision, and everything starts with a vision, right? So that's when I said, synchronicity. I love synchronicity, and that is the language of the soul. When you have a vision and you ask for it, then the right people, the right circumstances pop up in your life. And that is when, because I tried and I strive to be a good parent for my 3 children, I went to all types of classes and courses. And that's where I met my now mentor, a Columbia professor who is studying children, spirituality, and the science behind mindsets and thriving. And it was fascinating that I had spoken with her, met her 10 years prior, and then during the pandemic, it's like, oh, she has this program at Columbia, amazing. Ah, look at that. So now I am continuing with the studies. Yes, I know, I'm in my mid-40s and I'm still studying. It's all right, guys, you'll make it. You teens over there, somehow, sometime, okay? There's a long time until you hit 100, all right? There's still half a life left. So don't get discouraged. So now I am studying mindsets, and mindsets through leadership education. Why? Because these ladies are speaking about educating children, right? K to 12. And then colleges. But behind it all is a mindset. If you cannot believe you can do it, you will not be able to do it. So guess what? You create your own reality. Oh yeah, you do. Through your imagination, your ability to envision it and believing it. And this is the message that these young people need to hear today. If you believe it, it's doable. If you can dream it, it's doable. And that is where later on I'm going to go into the science of hope, not wishful thinking hope. There's a book on business right now there that says hope, wishful thinking. No, I'm not talking about that hope. I'm not talking about optimism only. I'm talking about hope, speranza, that is a science based on the ability to hunt the good in the negative, in the challenges. And I hope I have the chance to talk about it later on, because hope is actually a byproduct. No, sorry, resilience is a byproduct of hope. It's a science, and it makes you take little tiny micro goals to get there. So the mindset is what builds and what creates and what leads that 6% without college education to become millionaires, and the rest of them is because they've got that thinking pattern. So what is the thinking pattern? There are many, many thinking patterns. Many, many thinking patterns. And I will do an experiment with you right now. I want you for about 30 seconds or so to close your eyes. Take a deep breath in and imagine joy and smiles in your hearts. Imagine as if your heart is filled with gratitude and love and light. Imagine it smiling. Now you can open your eyes. And now we just pickpocketed all of you. Okay? No, we did not. I'm here, so if you got pickpocketed, don't look at me, look at the people next to you, okay? So that's it. I'm just the co-creator of the thing here. But anyway, I will go into, very briefly, mindset. If you think about what I love Nikola Tesla. I love all the quantum physics geeks. I don't understand it, but I try to, and I pretend I do. But it all is about energy, frequencies, and vibration. Okay? So, before you close your eyes, I wish I had had the pre-thinking of asking you how you feel on a 0 to 10. And when you opened your eyes, how you felt. Because mindset in practice is that ability of you to pick up. So basically your heart is the apparatus, the feelings are the apparatus that sets the mindset. And then your brain is simply an antenna. And guess what? Science shows that we have the neuroduct. And a healthy mindset and a healthy mental state is having depression, anxiety, and all these mental issues. They're not mental issues, they're stresses. They're the same side of the coin. One is this positivity, and the other one is the stress, right? And it's basically the same thing in the brain. The brain, when it's in a healthy mindset, it has the frontal cortex, really juicy gray matter, like thick of it. And when it's depressed and when it's anxious, it's thin. It's very thin. Okay, so it's a thin antenna. It cannot pick up the frequencies and the vibrations, as Tesla's telling us. And I could go into research by the Japanese, and actually maybe I'll talk about that with the youth panel. And with the youth, I have so much to talk about. My goodness, I am so excited. You guys cannot wait. All right, let's give some. I want to get back, because I don't want to take all the time, because I could talk for hours. I've got 71 pages to talk about, okay? So
I just want to let you, wonderful conversation, just want to make sure we have 15 minutes for the panel, so just time check on you so that we engage with the audience. Great discussion, though.
Yeah, we have the same idea here at the school, that the mind of the kids and the soul of the kids is very important. We connect them to God, and we teach them that there is a love above that goes over them, and that helps them a lot. So yes, you do have to mind about their mind. Okay, please, questions from the auditorium, and direct them to the respective panelists.
Thank you so much for the great discussion. I have a question about language. I feel like that's where everything starts, and the language that needs to be maintained. I don't speak in Romanian because my native tongue is Hungarian, but I am Transylvanian, so I'm here with you. And I would ask the questions in Romanian, right?
Chocolom.
See, chocolom right there. So can you speak on how can you do your best as a parent to keep the native tongue alive when you're in a mixed marriage and when you have an English speaker and a native speaker in a family? If you can give us tips on that.
I think that's a main issue that most of the families encountered, even if both parents are Romanians, I think the first step would be not to fall into the trap of replying back in English as soon as the kids go to the American system. So we, ourselves as parents, we have to be really perseverant and just reply back in Romanian. And as my husband put it, we have a rule in our house, we only understand Romanian. So the minute you walk this door, we only understand Romanian. So if you want to ask me, and especially if it's something important, you have to do it in Romanian. The best you can, because we are aware, like they grow and then they have all these friends and they mainly speak English. And Romanian, we have to accept it is a very musical and beautiful language, but it's a hard language to speak, to write, and to read. So this would be the first step, just to reply back in Romanian as much as we can. Another thing that we focus a lot, at least in our family, we pray bilingually. For a while, I've tried myself to pray exclusively in Romanian, but being such a metaphoric language, some of the words were so hard for my kids to understand. So then, the priest suggested that we actually would say them bilingually. Not too much, just a little bit of the time. That's how I do it with my kids at my daycare. everything I read to them, it's in both languages. If it's about the colors, if it's about the numbers, if it's about, I don't know, whatever we read, I do it firstly in Romanian, because most of them know Romanian, so I will say it in Romanian, and then immediately I will repeat it in English. So then they could transfer it very easily. Another thing would be, just as Rocco does it, just to go regularly to the events if the community has it. Myself, I was a Romanian language teacher for my church for more than 12 years. And we would do it every Saturday at the church. Would have Romanian classes where, would expand maybe on a little bit of history, geography, and other important subjects. But the best one that really works, it's just to have your kids spend time back in Romania with their relatives, because they are forced to speak in Romanian. And as we know, the grandparents, they don't know English, so they will have to communicate in Romanian mainly. So I know lots of parents that actually save money to buy tickets for the summer, to send the kids there, to spend time. And also I know many families, even here, that they were telling me extraordinary stories about some summer camps that they have in Romania, and our kids from here, they were able to participate to those camps, which were a great experience. And then I would say Sunday school also works, like Sunday school at the Romanian churches, Baptist, Pentecostal. I'm an Orthodox, I go to St. Mary Orthodox Church. They have Sunday school every Sunday, and they do it in Romanian. And I don't know, maybe are other suggestions from the audience regarding the Romanian language? But I think these are few steps, and I know some parents, they even said that just listening to Romanian music, that's appropriate, like age appropriate for their children, it will help with the vocabulary. So the kids will easily pick words from songs, sometimes movies and cartoons, but I would say let's say, Dumbrava Minunată or other old movies that were for us the best, have a difficult language for our kids to understand. So we would have to be present there to translate to them the meaning of some words. But yeah, I think there are many options, but the most important thing is this. You as a parent, just always reply in Romanian.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Ms. Barbu. As Romanians who are trying to sort of leverage our heritage, how do you suggest or recommend we put that on our applications? How do you suggest we use that into our advantage for ourselves or our kids or anyone interested in education?
Definitely. Thank you for the question. So there's huge interest in diversity in applications, and there's huge interest in well-rounded students. The competition for well-rounded students and talent, it's very, very steep. One way is to have them get involved with the community, and as I see here, I'm so happy there's so many young volunteers that really are making a difference and ensuring that this happens, the event happens very smoothly. So besides the college essay, and as one of the panelists earlier kind of referenced, live authentically and be themselves. Besides the college essay, then there's going to be various ways that college applications are asking for additional information. So just use as many avenues as possible in terms of developing extracurricular activities, trying to get involved with the community, and then really learning to tell a good story that actually aligns with your interests, with the college that you're interested in, and use really every opportunity to tell that story.
Also, you can skip having the foreign language in college by affirming that you are a native speaker of Romanian or a second language speaker. They might ask you to take a test in Romanian, but you can get away with not doing Spanish or something else if you're interested.
Exactly, yeah.
Other questions?
First of all, congratulations to the panel, great speakers, and congratulations to the committee. Very rarely I hear a mindset speaker in an education panel. My question, though, today is for the first two ladies. I've been teaching financial education seminars, and I started with real estate investments for 20 years. And within a year, I realized that I cannot teach real estate if people don't understand money. And I'm curious, you know, you're talking about millionaires, and 9 out of 10 millionaires historically are made from real estate. What do you think about financial education in schools? I personally believe financial education can change the world, right? Money, divorces, crime, wars, a part of the wars come over money. So the first two ladies, you know, K to 12th grade and4. What are your ideas?
You want to go first? Since K to 4.
Even though I'm teaching young children, for right now, my main focus is how to help them have an emotional balance. Because if they do not have an emotional balance, they will not be able to receive other information from us. So I would say maybe the first step with the young ones, and we do from time to time, would be, right, the piggy bank, how to save some money. That would be the first step that I would take with the children regarding the financial education.
Okay, so this can be going into so many directions. So I forgot to say something at the very beginning of my presentation. So I need to provide a disclaimer because I work for Middle States Commission for Higher Education. So everything that I say is my opinion and doesn't represent anybody else. Disclaimer aside. So I live in Florida. I live in Florida, and in Florida they have been working on mandating financial literacy education and financial literacy classes in high school. So I think, so there's been a lot of conversations about that kind of move and the value of financial literacy in really making all the decisions in life. The second side of it, and this kind of goes back into the millionaire statistics, is that the guys who put the study together, who are kind of identifying the millionaires, they said, yes, there is a strong relationship in between finances and education. But they say the relationship is not causational. Basically, people became millionaires for mindset. But the second way is that they learn all kinds of information also related to how to manage their money, how to take care of the money, how to save, how to negotiate, right? And then also college offers other opportunities for mentoring and representation because it's important to actually see somebody who looks like you and sounds like you, who actually made it, and actually really connect with them and be like, how did you do it? What are the steps? Because we live in a world, and what I do, it's really very invisible. We live in a world of things that we don't really know. So there's so many things we don't know that exist, and sometimes just by connecting with somebody, and sometimes that happens in high school, but in college as well, through representation, is really going to be able to shed light on many areas of life, such as financial literacy, and also career choices, also career options, and everything else that goes with it. I hope that answers the question.
I'm told that our time expired, or even though we didn't have a full hour, we started at 30. So if it's a brief question that we can, brief question and answer.
I'm not sure that it's brief, but I'm going to try. And thank you, everybody. This was amazing. I'm a volunteer with Rocco. And my question is for Ms. Trandafirescu. And being an educator myself, I would like to find out more about how we can impart a positive outlook on life to our kids, and how can we help them have a positive outlook on life and to maintain that positive outlook on life, especially since some of us, coming from where we're coming from, don't have a particularly positive outlook on life. So, thank you.
Yeah, so there are many ways I could answer that question, but the synthesis of looking at philosophy and development theories of childhood, and from Piaget to Erikson to all of them, and recent research, if you could synthesize them all into 4 things: children need to feel this: loved, held, guided, never alone. Sounds so simply, but it's based on so much of, decades of work. Teenagers, they're questing. Their brains are questing. They're constantly developing. Make them quest. Make them question. This is their developmental stage. A lot of mental health is mistakenly attributed to them, but it's not. It's actually developmental growth because they're questioning and we're drugging them, okay? Because they stand up to us. What they do, they don't stand up to us. They question us. They want to find out. So it's teaching them the voice, the inner voice, by modeling it. And that's where K-12 comes in, modeling the voice, right? And habits. If you teach them habits early on, and if you give them the voice, everything else develops on its own, and then allow them to just be. That is why up until the age of 7, children, scientifically shown, they're naturally intuitive. It is us, the adults, who squash that out because we know better. Why should you ask about that? You have to learn, to have the pedagogy to allow them to question in a way, to develop in a way that they become extraordinary. We're all born to be extraordinary. We are all born to be amazing, different paths for each one. And this is where because I am the last one and I'm not going to be, okay. I am part of the Roof Education Board, and we're initiating hearing the voices of our youths through a youth board. So we urge the communities out there in Chicago, in New York, in Pennsylvania, in LA, everywhere, to send us the children so they can become leaders in their own communities, so their voices are heard. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
So, I hope this was an interesting panel. There is a lot more to discuss. You can attack them later. They're here for your benefit. Don't let them get away, okay? So let's give them one more hand, and we're done with the education panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What a great panel. And I feel like I'm playing good cop, bad cop today because I was just about to give you 1 or 2 more questions, but you closed it, so that ship has sailed. We're trying is there any one more question that's burning here? Let's just do one more, and then we'll move on. Absolutely. You can close it again. It's like we never heard it.
Okay, so there's a lot of talk about the correlation between grit and success, long-time success in life. What can we do as parents to instill grit at an early age and somehow, without referring to our experience from Romania, because grit in our experience is built in, but for kids here it's hard to. Guys, so I guess it goes to, I don't know actually who would be the best person to answer it.
Can we have 2 hours? Okay, there are about at least 12 well-known mindsets out there. They're really well published and based on science and philosophy. One of them is Grit by Angela Duckworth, okay, from UPenn. I could tell you that that's a wonderful, but it's got issues. So I'm going to tell you about another mindset. Okay, you probably all heard about the growth mindset from a Columbia professor. Actually, a lot of these mindsets are from Columbia and UPenn. And I'm coming up with my own, which I think I'm going to call it, anyway, I won't say it. It's the awakened awareness / achievement awareness mindset. Why? Because it brings in our natural inherentness, right? Our natural core, which is, and this the public here will be very happy to hear, is our connection to the divine. It is 100% in our neurodocket, in our brain. And then 29% of us have an extra gene in it. That mindset is combined with the achievement awareness mindset, meaning that setting goals, right, as you said it. Having that ability to learn finances, like someone over there, combining both of them so that when you know that you need to buy a home for investment, it's not, or you need to get a beautiful watch, or whatever you need to get that is materialistic, it puts you on your higher purpose. You just don't get it because you feel unworthy and not good enough. Okay, so this is what I'm going to talk about, these children. Well, not today, because I don't know what I'm going to be talking today. It's so much we could say, but that is the mindset that you need to look out for. And it's only 2 years old, and it's out of Colombia. Okay, and I have a book in my bag on it. So, yeah.
Okay. I can also tell you that in our school we found out in 30 years of experience that any discipline builds grit, like sports. Why not? Music, any kind of discipline early on builds grit. Any kind of chores that you put your kids in build grit. They should not get those sneakers unless they have chores at home and they work for those. And it's obviously exposing to camps and outdoors builds grit. And delayed gratification. That's one of the things that you can do to teach kids to build grit, and also it's an indicator for success later on in life. Okay.
That's habits.
Yeah.
That's called habits. Exactly.
What a wonderful panel. What a wonderful panel. So unfortunately there's no more in the bag. So unfortunately we need to stop the panel. But what a wonderful discussion. I wish I had listened to this maybe like 22 years ago when I had my first kid. But I'm sure everybody here will make good use of this nugget. So thank you. Let's thank them properly. And while our esteemed panelists are going back to their seats, I have now the distinct honor to welcome among us a very special guest who has commitment and dedication to support this community in Chicago. He's shown us his support for the last several years, and he's prioritized, in spite of a very busy schedule, he's prioritized this summit even with not enough notice. So for that, we're very grateful to have our keynote speaker here, His Excellency, Romanian Ambassador to the United States, Andrei Muraru.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. I'm very happy, I'm very glad to be here today, this morning, and thank you for having me, thank you for inviting me, thank you, Mihai. I don't know where you are, but somewhere here. And I want to tell you something from the very beginning. So one of my first states that I visited immediately after I was appointed as Romanian ambassador to the United States was Illinois. And I remember that one of the meetings that I had at that time here in Chicago was right here at Logos, if you remember, Mihai, with many of our friends today here reunited. And I felt that day, so from the very beginning, that this community has those seeds that it needs to grow, to make something greater, bolder, and it happens. So Romanian Community Summit is something very special here in the United States. And I traveled a lot in the last almost 3 years, and I can tell you this is one of the most vibrant, most active communities that we have, if not the most. Because we don't have here only one community center, but we have 2 community centers, and I'd like to salute also Steve Bonica for his work and dedication. We have also amazing churches here, and I'm also glad that I've seen this morning here many of our friends from New York, from Connecticut. Thank you, Dana, for being here. From Florida, and I'm very, very glad. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and dear members of the Romanian community, good afternoon. It's a great honor to be here at the 2nd edition of the Chicago Romanian Community Summit. My heartfelt thanks go to the organizers and all partner organizations for making this event possible. Your dedication to fostering a vibrant and united Romanian community in Chicago is truly, truly inspiring. And my deepest appreciation, respect, and gratitude go to Mihai and his team. Thank you, Mihai, for your hard work and dedication. And here, I'm speaking about Romanian United Fund. It's about leadership, it's about community service, but more than that, it's about a value that we do not touch very often in Romania, called patriotism. And thank you for doing that, 10,000 kilometers away from our deepest country. Understanding the unique characteristics and needs of each community fosters unity and cooperation. And I have had the privilege of visiting Romanian communities in 27 American states so far. And Illinois, as I told you previously, was among the first states I visited, and they continue to be enriched by the interactions of the vibrant Romanian community here in Chicago. This tour, so 50 states, 1 community, aims to explore opportunities for cooperation, economic investments, and cultural exchanges at the state level. By engaging with the Romanian communities, meeting local authorities, and promoting Romania's economic interests, we build strong connections benefiting our community and homeland. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a very special year. This year marks the 20th anniversary of Romania's NATO membership. And I would like to express deep gratitude to the Romanian American community for their support in promoting the alliance's importance in ensuring peace, security, prosperity, and stability in the Euro-Atlantic area. As you probably know, Romania is on track now to join the visa waiver program by 2025. Encourage your Romanian friends and family with expired B1, B2 visas to apply for renewal without an interview. And probably already know that we will have next month, for the first time in the last 24 years, I think, a direct flight between Romania and the United States. This is one of the most important proofs that, this initiative to bring Romania to the visa waiver program is crucial for connecting and engagement with our American friends, to foster the common businesses and at the same time to connect people. So this streamlines travel to the United States and helps maintain low refusal rates crucial for eligibility. As we gather here today, let us not forget that 2024 is an election year. Your voice, your vote is your voice, my dear friends, and it is crucial that we all participate to shape the future of our community and country. In the same time, I have discussed with many of you the idea of establishing many chambers of commerce, Romanian American chambers of commerce all across the United States. This would, make our voice louder, would engage the local authorities, the state authorities, but at the same time would make Americans to consider to come to Romania for doing business. Dear friends, the Romanian community in Chicago exemplifies the power of coming together, supporting one another, and working towards common goals. Our shared heritage is a source of pride, and our collective vision for the future will drive us forward. Let us remember that unity is our greatest strength. Thank you all again for being here. It was a pleasure and a privilege to be here. Thank you.
And I am feeling, thank you very much, Ambassador. We're very grateful for your presence and very heartfelt comments. So, several opportunities for us to adjust today. My partner was supposed to be here to tell you what's happening next, so I'm gonna wing it, and you're just gonna have to bear with me. So, what we're gonna go into is a networking lunch. So you do, after a few hours or sitting on seats, you're going to have an opportunity to relax, refresh, break bread with your friends and new acquaintances and potential partners in the future. So please do take advantage of this lunch networking opportunity. Maybe you want to meet somebody new. You don't need to sit at the table with every people you know. Introduce yourself. If you need somebody to introduce you to someone you don't know but you would like to meet, please let us know. Any one of us would be happy to do that. So we're going into about an hour of lunch. Again, you're going to hear a chime when the hour goes, and then you're going to have to find your way to the round table of your interests. And please know that the community one is happening here, but the other 3 ones are not here. The rooms are listed on the agenda, or if you don't know where they are, please ask the organizers. And Mihai, do you want to say a few comments before we go into the lunch break? Okay, Mihai Lehene, everybody.
Okay, so I just we're just told that the food is going to be ready in about 10 minutes. So I won't hold you off because I know it takes a few to just shuffle in there. I just wanted to say a couple of words about the following roundtables. So the way these roundtables work, they break our rooms. So we have 4 simultaneous rooms. We're going to hold the roundtable number 1 in here. It's going to be an interactive discussions. There's going to be 3 subjects that we're mainly going to discuss. The first subject is going to be a continuation of the community panel with a focus on concrete actions, what happens from last year, proposals from you guys. We're going to vote on what we're going to be working on in the next 12 months. And generally just continuing the idea of how do we bring the community together. The second topic in the same breakout room will be again bringing up the topic of the visa waiver and how it impacts you directly. And here you're going to hear Dana Bucin. But basically, again, we are looking at a discussion more than a panel structure. Okay, so we're going to be sitting kind of like around, and we'll see how many people we have. The third topic is going to be strategic directions for Romania. So we're going to be we're going to be looking at Romania's international outlook. We're going to be looking at what does it mean with the Ukraine war, the NATO alliance, the Schengen visa, so topics that are of strategic importance to the country. So this is breakout room number 1. There's 3 other breakout rooms. The 3 breakout rooms are upstairs. They're labeled 2, 3, 4. There's signs on this wall, on that wall, and there's going to be volunteers in the networking lunch break so you can ask more questions. But we have a breakout room for our youth. So this is called Engage the Future with RUF Youth Leadership. I'm pretty sure Diana's leading that. Well, actually, Alex and Emma are. The breakout room number 3. This is I hope this is going to be really interesting for many of you here today. So how do you apply artificial intelligence hands-on and in concrete steps, and what can you do in your business from somebody that is a deep specialist in how to do it? So you can go way beyond the prompt engineering, and it will basically be coming, from you. So you're going to be posting questions and it's going to be answering, right? So you can go there and say, hey, I want this problem. How do I solve it? So I hope this is going to be very interesting. There's going to be also an associated presentation. This is in the 3rd breakout room. It's all the way at the end, 2nd floor. And then we have another breakout room prepared by our young leaders. We call this, so after teens, 18 to 35, the younger generation. They're going to be telling you more about their 3Bs community calendar, and they're probably going to be talking about what we're going to do next year at the summit. So if you want to discuss some of these topics, definitely look into engage as much as possible our young generation. And last but not least, I think we have a prayer for lunch by Mr. Q at this point. Thank you. Thank you.
Dacă vreți să ne ridicăm în picioare, Tată Ceresc, ne închinăm înaintea Ta cu mulțumire. Mulțumim și Te lăudăm pentru faptul că ești Creatorul nostru. Ne-ai făcut făpturi minunate, putem să conștientizăm existența proprie și existența ființei Tale extraordinare. Mulțumim că ești susținătorul nostru. Ne dai în fiecare zi lucrurile de care avem nevoie. Pâinea de fiecare zi, mulțumim pentru ea. Sănătate, haine, adăpost. Mulțumim mai presus de toate lucrurile pentru Domnul Iisus Hristos, Mântuitorul nostru iubit, pe care L-ai trimis să-și asume vinovăția noastră, păcatul, o sânda care ne aștepta la capătul de cale, și a plătit El datoria noastră imensă pe care n-am fi putut-o plăti niciodată. Mulțumim că prin credința în El ne acorzi iertarea, înfierea și legitimitatea intrării în împărăția Ta. Te rugăm ca această credință salvatoare să ne caracterizeze pe fiecare din cei prezenți. Și acum te mulțumim pentru masa care a întins-o în fața noastră, pentru cei care au pregătit-o, pentru cei care au organizat această conferință. Te rugăm să ne dai binecuvântarea bucatelor, să ne dai bucuria să fim împărtăși unii cu alții și mai ales cu Tine, prin Domnul nostru Iisus Hristos, a cărui nume îl glorificăm acum și în veșnicie. Amin.